Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said that, and I've been doing some consulting this morning, actually. I've been having quite a good time doing my consulting sessions. I feel like I've been able to be a pretty good, I've been able to provide some real value to the people that I've been helping out, and they seem to agree. Very, proud of the work that I'm doing, and it's quite fulfilling too. So if you happen to be somebody who's interested in getting my eyes on your work, you can catch me at uponhill.com/consulting and book a meeting. We've been, they've been really good. We've had, I can't talk about all the games, obviously, but we've had a few different genres, and it's been great to be introduced to people who are, part of the community and who are interested in getting a little bit closer to, my opinion and some guidance on their projects. It's always great to see projects move forward. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat from both Twitch and YouTube, and a big thanks to Designed by Aswin for the most recent follow, Magnus for the most recent subscription, and the most recent subscription, Universal, with 98 months of subscribing. That is insane. Thank you so much, Universal. My brother. My blood brother. Fraternal and paternal. Thanks, brother. Pizza party. I mean, why don't, for the next one, instead of subbing, just bring me a pizza. Well, then it could be a pizza party. We'll figure something out. Thanks, bro. Okay. So, I've been having a good time. I will be not working on any web stuff today. I sent out another publisher kind of follow-up today, which I'm feeling happy about. I paid myself today, which is a really good step when you can pay your own wage. And I guess right now, we're just on Insignia duty. We're just back once again. So let's fire up the game and get started, shall we? Whoa, it's been a while since all I've had to work on is Insignia. That's crazy. I'm kind of waiting for some work to come through. I think, oh yeah. Yep. Okay, cool. I've done everything I need to do for that commitment. So that's fine. No mad rush to fill out a form or sign a document or anything like that. So we're just chilling. Okay. Now, back to Insignia. Or maybe we should just double check the desktop. So that's being done. This is being done. This is being done. This is being done. So it's really just do these two things. Amazing. Which means I get to just, play my game or work on my game. It feels like playing sometimes. Okay. Let's go to here. So yesterday I was working on some platform stuff, and pardon me. Sorry, I muted and then unmuted the mic and coughed as I unmuted it. Sorry. I was working on some platform controller stuff, and it mostly does what I want it to do. But I've been feeling like maybe we need to have a little bit more maybe a little bit more of a practical exposure to use cases for me to finish this thing, because I'm actually not super sure that I've done things the way I need to do them. I feel like I might actually have made this way overcomplicated. We had this like long discussion yesterday on stream with, I can't remember, was it Pixel Fireplace? And actually like the things that I need to do, I might already have that capability. So this is kind of like, I just need to be careful that I'm not overscoping for the sake of just curiosity. Because one of the things, for example, that I wanted to do was like this, right? I wanted to do this, and have this kind of like Mario 2 situation where you have like just layers of depth. This has nothing to do with what I was doing yesterday, but it's actually one of the things that I was most interested in doing. So like, given that it has no bearing, why did I spend all that time developing stuff, for example? There are certainly the slope things. Hey, Anime Lord. The slope things are worth talking about. So like this, into this, into this, into that is maybe worth it. But again, we could probably just talk about it. So what are the constraints here? This one's really easy because you pick which platform you want to be on by jumping up the platform. All this really cares about is the sorting order, which is not a big deal. I just need to find a way to sort objects in my game. And that's not super trivial. I might actually need to do some manual work on that. But again, like, I think the goal here of like gray boxing this out is not, that's the thing that should come first. So 0, -1, -2, -3. This is a little different because we need to work out, okay, how do you get onto this platform? So there's the input question of, well, you need to be pressing up or forward, up and forward or just forward to walk up this slope. And that's not a big deal. I actually worked on something last night, right at the end of the stream, after the stream, where I worked on this feature for checking whether or not the player, if I have a random polygon, I can pick which of these edges I want to be checking the normal for, and I can cull the ones that aren't walkable. So I can say, this isn't walkable, that's not walkable, that's not walkable, that's not walkable. So for all of these, I can check if the player character is within this bound, and I can check the direction of the edge. So that was fun. Which means we can do some sort of, abstract logic about like, well, if you're pressing a specific button, on a specific slope, we can make you go up or down depending on just what's happening. That is something that I can actually do. But again, this kind of needs to come back. It kind of needs to come back down to a specific use case. Like, what is actually the thing that we want to happen? So the idea here was something like, when you're passing along these two, which one are you closest to? Like, which one's closest to the player? And in the most, I guess, continuous direction to where you're already moving. So like if you're moving this way and the tangent is like this, then that should be preferred over like that, for example. Again, this is all like extremely complicated and not necessary, but it's there. Okay. So my goal actually is to look at into like scenarios, basically interactions Why are you trying to abstract it? Don't you have a limited number of these? It's only like 400 if checks, right? Yeah, I guess so. It's only 400. Sure. So yeah, we're just trying to figure out, okay, what are the scenarios in the game where we would need a specific, how do we handle specific scenarios in the game? And then what solutions do we need to solve that? So this was me doing my thing last night, and I went kind of a little overboard on it. So the red lines are the ones you can walk on. So I made it so that even if I rotate it, it can figure out which edges are walkable. See? Beyond a certain degree, it'll just turn them off. And I can even rotate it upside down. And I can even flip it. Not that way though. Flip it on the x-axis. So it is good. I mean, it totally works. And I know there's a lot I can do with it. I just need, I need those like specific scenarios. Otherwise, we're just building stuff, and that's not my goal. My goal is to specifically build stuff that needs to get built, so that we can literally just like make content. Dude, my voice is feeling so quiet today. I can't speak loudly. I don't know if I'm losing my voice or what, but I'm very quiet. All right. So let's take a look at some scenarios then. We're back to enemy interactions. This all started from this thing. And actually it started from, I guess, a drive to have the level designs be something that are not quite as one-dimensional. Even something like this, if you can conceptually like jump up this or climb up this without it being a wall, the idea that you can run past something or jump up it is, it's really important. Because for me, the goal is density. That's literally what this comes down to. It's how do I make a game where I can show you an interesting combat scenario in like one screen. And if I can show you it in one screen, then it's easier to share screenshots about the game. It's easier in trailers for people to understand how the game works. It saves me strain on the level design. It makes the levels more compact and smaller. And that's just like so valuable for me right now. So, yeah. I think, I guess the goal today is just to I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little bit scatterbrained today, I'll be honest with you. My father-in-law insisted that he'd bring some people over to do some landscaping or like gardening out the front. And they got here at like before 7, and I don't sleep until like after 12. So it was just hard to engage and wake up straight away, engage with all that. And then there was like an emergency, and then I kind of tried to roll over and go back to sleep, but I haven't been getting good sleep anyway. It's just been tough, but that's okay. I'm just trying to bring down the tempo a little bit because I know today, chat, I'm going to be very quiet. So you're just going to have to deal with that. All right. So we're looking for scenarios where there are multiple enemies, maybe even things from set pieces from other video games that we can catalog to make interesting combat encounters. Maybe we can do some of this stuff from Dark Souls in our own way. So, like, is it a behavior that could be put into the character and or Armin, non-colliding state or something? Nah, it's not about that. It's about the level. So let's think about, like, there were a few ideas here. One of them was the ambush, I think it was. Ambush on walk-in. So walking through a corridor and then an enemy or two dropping down. Or we could do something where it's a more straightforward room, but maybe we have like a bush and an enemy jumps out of the bush. Literally an ambush. Does that read like a whistle? It should. Let's do something better. Dong-a-long-a-long-a-long-a-long-a-long-a-long. I like this chest in the center of the room one. You sort of go like... Here's a situation. You don't remember Anor Londo? Did I just write Anor Londo? Oh, Anor Londo Archers? No, I know what that means. I'll always know what that means. You never played Dark Souls? If you play Dark Souls, you know what Anor Londo Archers means. Who doesn't? Who's played Dark Souls and doesn't remember Anor Londo Archers? You know the bit? I'll draw it for you. So you come down here. And then you go up this way. And then there's a section where there's a column here. And then it goes up again. And then there's this freaking castle wall here that goes this way. And there's two goddamn archers. One here. And one here. And they just boom, boom, barrel you as you're trying to get up this goddamn thing. And the way out is on a door that's like off a ledge at the bottom over back here. And that's the rest of the castle. This is the big gate at the front. You go down here, across here, across here. You're trying to run up this little like flying buttress thing. And you got these jokesters shooting at you. In fact, I don't even think this has rails. I think this is a non-rail area, specifically because they knock you off. Favorite Souls game? I think Dark Souls. Yeah, dude, my memory for these layouts is like, actually, I think I literally, we've talked about this. I think I could literally draw Dark Souls. I think I could do it. Like, Firelink Shrine. There's the chapel thing. Elevator here. This, let's flesh it out a little bit more. Walkway this way. Goes down to the graveyard. This is a doorway down. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but you know what I mean. Goes across this way. Up a set of stairs. Little area. Up another set of stairs. Across. Bridge here. Building here. Undead Berg. I could literally draw the whole game, I'm pretty sure. Set of stairs, little parapet, crossbowman. Shitty bridge goes this way, bigger bridge goes that way. Fire, bonfire here. Another wrong move, another thingo across this way. Rooftop here, Uchigatana guy here. Couple of buildings here. Leads back up to this. Bridge, room. 2 guys here, 1 guy there, gate there, walkway here, building up here, which you go across, up the stairs here, courtyard, firebomb, 2 more guys, ladder, cross here, rafters, dudes here throwing firebombs at you down onto the bridge, stairs down, little building, door blocked it off. Pine resin there, turn right, there's a little circular bit here, go up here, stairs there. This way is a dark night. There's a ring here, Azure ring. Come up this way, watch out for the fire barrel getting kicked down at you. Spiral tower. Goes up to the Taurus demon. Whoop. This door uses the master key. You can go down. Havel is down here. I could do it. I could do it. This staircase goes this way. Havel standing right there with his big tooth. Come through this gate. If we need enough space down here. Now we're in Darkroot Garden. Goes this way. Actually, I'm pretty sure this exit must be on this side because Darkroot Garden comes, I'm pretty sure it's this way underneath everything. Ooh, which way is Darkroot Garden? That's harder. Hang on. Well, Lower Undead Berg is this way. The bridge to Undead Parish is here, going this way across. This is where you fight the Taurus demon. Oh no, this is where the dragon is, sorry. Dragon's here. Dragon's here. This is where you fight the Taurus demon, on this bridge. Then there's the thing. Solaire is out this way. This goes to here. This goes down the elevator to back to Firelink Shrine. This is the whole level. I'm not going to draw it out, but you know, there's the bridge. You go under the bridge, staircase there, fight some rats, go up a ladder, fight a boar. Parish is right here. I didn't quite get the scale right, but you know, it's a hard game to, a lot of 3D geometry. I'm procrastinating. All right, so let's get some work done. I was doing, what was I doing? More of these. Chest in the center of the room. I just did that one. That's kind of the screamer as well, / sound the alarm. This little thing here. Look out below, barrels down the stairs. Barrels down the stairs is kind of the one we looked at earlier. Da-dum, da-dum, dum, do, 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 do. Okay. So, dude, release the hounds is such a good one. I need to use that way more. I don't use it at all. Release the hounds is you're walking past an area. Usually you're coming down into the area. Hey, Kratesh. And in a bunch of like carts or whatever, can be carts, there are these shaking cages basically, and you have to walk past them. You know something's going to happen, but you don't know which of them are going to open. That didn't work. Why can't I just flip bark bark and have it still read? Also, let sleeping dogs lie. That's a good one. It's like an idiom. It's just a thing to help me remember what the thing is, which is literally you can walk past the thing. If you're careful. It's a common saying, right? Hmm. I don't really have a lot of like in the rafters moments in the game. Hey, Shamguz, welcome. Like, I don't really have a lot of moments in the game where it's like, if you fall, something bad will happen, because I don't have fall damage. I would like to do combat in a very tenuous scenario. But I would need enemies who could also manage in that scenario. It's tough. What is this? Okay. Yeah, you could do spikes. Okay. I wouldn't mind enemies moving on like a conveyor belt, like ranged enemies. Duel of gates. Oh, Adam, you funny boy. Knock out the supports. I love that one. Okay, so I guess more enemy designs. It's kind of tough because like I want to design this stuff. I kind of want to just design encounters, but I don't know. Yeah, Monkey Media. I think it's like you just do anything, you just build it and then make it happen, you know? Like I think I'm at the risk currently of being too formulaic with the game. And the challenge there is you want to be formulaic because it means you can get a team to produce the work very easily. But you don't want the whole game to feel the same. So I think this comes back down to it's the environment set pieces that create the moments and the diversity. And outside of that, you have to make it so that the enemies can be capable of filling in the roles that they have into the set pieces. So, for example, an enemy that can run at you and swing at you, you know, just like our bad guy. Like that's one thing. then it's like an enemy that's ranged. Maybe we could do that in and look at Dark Souls from that lens. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but we can have a look. Most of the enemies in Dark Souls are literally just armored guys. But they are different. I mean, some are more armored than others. And I think in Dark Souls, they kind of... Let's think about the strategy of these enemies, how they lay them out and how they make diversity with them. So in Dark Souls, I would say, let's have a think. The Undead Burg is all undead soldiers. And they are mostly the same size. They're mostly the same type of enemy too. Some have spears, some have shields. It's not a big difference. Some of them throw fire bombs. And they're localized. You fight those guys in that area. Then you have the Boulder Knights, you have the Boar in the Undead Parish. Okay. I think you've got a bunch of the Hollows in the church. Okay, that's fine. You could probably guess that like that's the congregation or something like that, but it's not that obvious why those enemies are like that. But you don't have, you know, Darkroot Garden enemies in the Undead Parish. So like you go to the Darkroot Garden, you got a bunch of tree people. I think for me, like when I look at my enemy diversity list, I look at like the Marten and I'm like, okay, I've got Marten and they're just like regular sword wielding guys. But is there enough of them? Like, do they have the right... Sorry, not is there enough, but are they limited in how I can use them? Should they only be in this section in Orinstead? In my mind, I see them as being this area here, like this section, and then underneath the Athenium, and then maybe this section, but not much more. They kind of have to be done by here. So then I have to come up with like other enemies that play into that role of running around, you know, normal enemies. I was thinking of doing humans. And in that section specifically, I've got the Froggen, but I think I need like ranged Froggen, melee Froggen. I think I need that. Maybe even like environmental Froggen. And they should be different from the Marten. It's not that they fill the exact same role. They should have a different flavor, but broadly, you know, the same. So... No, for the Marten, like what I do is I have like Marten shield, Marten slingshot. And I reuse aspects of them. So like this guy, if you destroy the shield, he becomes a normal Marten. So that's like, he's one guy who becomes a different guy. The slingshot guys, they just are slingshot guys. They don't have enough health to convert, and I didn't want them to convert either. It's expensive to do new animations. That's the thing that I'm trying to be as sparing as possible with, because I can't really afford to do whole new animations for things. Even just like this enemy took like a week of someone's time. Boom. Okay. But placement is really important. Placement is so important. Right now, a lot of these enemies don't actually have placement constraints. Well, Goblin is Martin, but it's just that I don't want goblins in every area. Like in the next chapter, the Froggen are the goblins, you know? It's like per region. So I was going to do some humans as well. I've got humans in the game. I just don't have them in any section right now. Oh, they're not really shooting right now. What the heck? Might have to rebuild him. Oh, he's pretty Spartan, but nonetheless, I'm going to rebuild him. Let's see if we can get some value out of him. We do. We have the technology. Okay, so engage is that. We have fire and we have roll. I've got one. No, I've got him. The Hunden in my game is exactly that. So I don't mind it. But I think of it kind of the inverse. It's like I take a hard enemy and I introduce him in chapter 1 as a boss, a semi-boss. I don't think it cheapens it too much. Okay. What is your job? Okay. So where's our projectile? There's our arrow. Oh. So there's an object pool, there's an attack sheet. It looks like we only take a pool. I don't know about this loose arrow though. Wait, archer fire. Oh, okay. Engine, arrow, pulse ball on. That's dumb. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll make a new thing called pub. And then we'll just say now I think I did have an object pool at one point. So maybe I will do a pool. Oh, it is pool. That's better. Do I ever struggle with burnout? Not often. My older interview on Billy McDev. I don't know who Billy McDev is. THDV. Hey, buddy. I was just thinking about you, man. That's so weird. I summoned you with my brain. How you doing? What's new? Sup, Tej? Hey, followers. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm making a game. You want to see it? I don't know if it's going to work right now, but we can certainly try. We've been trying to get this dude to shoot arrows at us. Yeah, he's failing at doing that. He's messing up. He didn't know how to do that. So We can show you a different part of the game. Man, you're messing up. So, check it out. This is my game. It's called Insignia. And it is an action adventure, but it has like a directional parry system. So, you don't just, it's not just parry slot. You actually have to pick the correct direction to parry in. Or it's not really parrying so much as it is like attacking in the opposite direction of the enemy's attack. So this guy's going to attack forward. If we step back, we can sort of like parry his attack. So any enemy that attacks you while you're in the startup, you can sort of, if your attack is going to counter theirs, it well, basically parries it. So I can show you a little example here. Skip this. So there's a little training bot we can play against. So this is Roberto. So you hold the button and then you have to pick the opposite direction here. So, well, in this case, it's the same direction. So you have attackers coming up at you, you press down, that kind of thing. And if you do it early, you'll just get your full swing out. But if you get interrupted by the attack, you parry the attack. I can do this. I can do this. Ah! Frick. Okay, I'm on fire. I'm cracked. Oh, 58, almost 60. So, that's the system that you use to parry these attacks. And then the enemies have that Sekiro style like posture bar. So you can see underneath the health bar is that little yellow bar. So your goal is to parry consecutively or just beat them up. But it's much less effective to just beat them up. And then later in the game, this is where it gets tricky. Later in the game, you unlock the power to capture enemy abilities that get used against you using that parry system. You can also just kill the enemies and get their abilities too. So like this snake gives me this double jump. And this little hedgehog guy, I get to steal his charge. So the parrying is kind of like capture. It's like ability capture. So this plant, I can steal that and climb up the wall. Ouch. And you can chain them together and do... Yeah, it's kind of like Kirby, exactly. Whoops. No bee gets the best of me. So that's the game. That's what I'm making. It's also got like a full story and everything, of course. There's towns and quests and dungeons and all sorts of things. So, yes. There's also a mini game with this little ball. Oh. Okay, let's do it on the roof. Okay, I give up. Anyway, we are doing enemy designs today. We're trying to learn from games that we love. And I am particularly looking at kind of like Dark Souls encounters. That was kind of where this all started. So looking at set pieces from Dark Souls that make that game really special and how it uses... The dog is part of a quest. It's at that state that I loaded in. We'd already finished the quest. So like, how does Dark Souls turn like this guy with a crossbow and these two guys with swords and then this guy who bursts through with another sword? How does it turn that into an interesting fight, even though it's reusing the same enemy like 4 times? So for me, it's all about placement and scenario. So we're kind of like thinking about enemy layouts and enemy designs that can be reused as puzzle pieces. The barrels down the stairs. You know what this is. It's Donkey Kong, right? Stuff like that. Release the hounds. You've played this before. So I want to make use of these kinds of kind of like template scenarios. I want to build on them. But to do that, we need our enemies to be able to be reused as puzzle pieces too. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Mute it for a sec.
Yep, 1 sec. Cool. We're just discussing potential movie plans. All right, so we gotta make this guy shoot at us. That's what's not happening right now. He needs to fire at us. So let's figure out what's happening there. So we need this loose arrow to run. Archer, fire. Might even be archer loose because I'm picky like that. Fire only happens if the arrow is on fire. Otherwise you're loosing. Target lock, loose arrow. Okay. Oh, but we might need to listen for the yep. Animator dot frame tags event loose arrow. There we go. I have this little system where I can apply a tag to a specific frame of an animation. You can see loose arrow in the top there under event, but then I have to subscribe to the event, that's new. I used to use reflection to do it, but now I subscribe. Okay, so now we should get an arrow. Okay, still no. Can we log it? Or maybe we needed to compile. It's not even trying. Let's compile. Hey, Indie Lex Dev. Is it realistic to make a 2D pixel game in Unreal Engine 5? It does have the equivalent to blueprints. It does have... Unity has visual coding. Okay, it's trying now, so we're getting this far. And then pool.spawn object returns a transform. But I mean, that seems like that should be fine. Because if we go to the archer, he has his behavior, engage, fire. Fire has, oh, there's no object pool. Well, that would be an issue, wouldn't it? Did I not make that myself? Did I not literally just do that? Maybe it didn't get saved. Okay. Are we getting anything here? Okay. Sweet. Oh, there they are. Where are they getting spawned? Somewhere else. Okay. So when we fire this thing and we loose the arrow, we have a vector 2 transform position and then some little extra bit up. I don't know why we're doing that. But when we loose it, the position equals this new position. That all makes sense to me. I don't see why that would be wrong. So three becomes 4 or like 6 and then immediately after they get despawned. Okay, so if we spawn 4 arrows, they all get spawned in the middle of nowhere at 13 and 3. Okay, 13 and 3. Let's try to remember that. Because he is standing at 9 and 4. Okay, so then what the hell? Unless I have not zeroed out his behavior positions. Yep, that would be an issue. All of this should be 0, 0. Yep, that'll do it. Hey, look at that. Okay, sweet. So, coming back to loose arrow. How many of these are we shooting? One. Two that time. 3 that time. Wait a second. It's shooting an additional arrow for every time an arrow is spawned. It shoots 1 arrow, then it shoots 2 arrows, then it shoots 3 arrows. Okay, so why is this getting... Oh, are we adding a listener every time we enter? No. We need to do this on public void start. One, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Are these arrows gonna... Yeah, they do fade away eventually. Okay. So... Yeah, he took a little bit of punishment there. The other thing I wanted to do was, because in my new system, I have what are called animation teams. So there's an integer that everyone who's on every enemy and anything that animates in the game that has combat implications, they have an integer that determines what team they're on. And when they collide with things that aren't on their team, that thing takes damage. So right now, I'm not setting the arrow on a team. So the archer, he will have his team, which would be like collision team 1. Player is collision team 0. But when we shoot the arrow, we have to set it to our collision team. And then when the arrow gets parried, then we need to say animator.collision team equals collision collider get animated collision team. Yeah. So what that's going to do is say, I used to make it, it used to have, I can't speak today. It used to be that the arrows needed to sheet. It used to be that the arrows needed to be given 2 different versions. So one version was like the enemy arrow, and then you parry it and it becomes the player arrow. That doesn't need to happen anymore. So this arrow parry with this parry thing, there doesn't need to be like 2 different copies of that. I just need to make sure that it's on the right team, which I think I've already prepared. This parry is just whatever. In fact, I think I might remove this and replace it with just anything, but this should be enough now. Just swapping the team should be fine. There you go. So that's pretty good. We're hearing double attack sound effects. We don't need to do this one, I don't think. Good. And I think these guys, it really should be one arrow should be enough. So let's halve their HP to like, or at least down to like 60. Nice. I also have a little thing that I need to do that, first of all, I will save this. That could be fun, an Estus flask. I don't really have any enemies that can heal themselves right now, but that would be trivial to do. So, what I wanted to do was, I've got this problem. Attacking enemies doesn't immediately reveal, or even parrying enemies. Like if I attack this enemy, I see its health bar. But if I lock onto an enemy, nothing happens. And if I parry against, if I like guard an enemy, I still don't see their health bar, even though I changed the health bar. So I think I need a reveal. So it happens whenever we update health, it'll do that. What does this do? Just assigns the pressure bar. Hey, Billy. I do remember you. I know Almighty Games Dev. Almighty, somebody said that they was listening to my older interview by you. Did you interview me? Did that ever happen? Oh, I know who you are. I know who you are. Yeah, dude. We've chatted. We've chatted before. I know you do. How are your Unity courses going? Is that still working out really well? I know at the time they were doing really well. I was really strongly considering doing my own Unity courses. Udemy on Udemy. Udemy courses on Unity. Yeah, I know you. Yes. It's impossible to make money on the platform. Damn, that sucks. What changed? Okay. This stun event is what I want to listen to. So there it is there. I don't think I can do that. But I can do that. Okay. That's what I wanted. Sweet. That worked literally perfectly. Okay, I think that's fair. I don't remember making that beehive rotated, but I don't mind it. AI makes learning easier for students. It also makes it easy to publish courses, which saturates the market. Udemy pushes for subscriptions now and stopped advertising courses. They also recently merged with Coursera. It'd be good for a little side hustle, but hard to make a living like you used to. Yeah, AI would be a big issue there. Dude, AI would just completely dominate that now. Hey, Winko Wonka. I've been working on this game since 2017. Long time. Reveals health bar on pressure. Sweet. That's good. I've been desperate for that change, man. Okay. So now we have our archer. I really feel like I could just tune these enemies forever. And it's hard because they are the content. I mean, that makes sense to me that it would that would play out that way. There's also an issue, I think, with parrying projectiles in that it doesn't... It's a little easy to do. Like... you've watched some of my tutorials, you think I'm a good teacher, might do well considering I have a following. Yeah, I think maybe for art is a bit different from tools because it doesn't really age and people still want to draw their own stuff. AI hasn't quite overtaken that yet. I think I should have done it a long time ago, but at the same time, it's hard to say. 5 years ago, you know, like maybe would have been really lucrative. But who knows whether or not it would have been like a good use of my time relative to working on the game. And there's so much stuff that goes into it, you know. So I'm okay with my choices so far, but I'd like to still consider it. I'm doing consulting at the moment, and that's not bad. Obviously, it doesn't go as far as putting a course out online, but I'm enjoying it. So, yeah, this guy here, I think there's a concern here because, well, this is too many arrows, first of all. So we should slow down his rate of fire. Thanks. Are there new podcasts coming out with me in them? I don't have anything set up, no. So is there a wait time for this stuff? I guess I need... Right now he just sort of holds a new arrow and then just does it on loop. So as soon as he enters, there is, what are the animations he's got? Loose, 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 loose. So really, actually, I don't really have the means to hold it. Of course I remember you. I remember you as, in my mind, I don't know why, but I think of you with like a cowboy hat and a white Gretsch guitar. That's what I think. I don't know why. I'm sure you had a cowboy hat in one of your profile pictures or something. And your name is super memorable. Your full name. I still know your actual name. I mean, it's basically your username, but there's more to it. Infinite Original. Hola. How's it going? Yeah. So I think we need to toggle then between when we engage, Archer engage. We should on state complete. If we're not too close. You want to ask something? Wait, why is it anytime you think of a game dev, they show up here? What magic is this? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing today. Infinite says, I want to ask something about a project that I'm doing. Sure, go for it. Okay. So this might be a little... I think I need like two versions here. So public enum variant. And then we got Sentinel Patrol. I was doing a show with my brother. I can't remember that. I remember I was doing little interviews here and there. I don't remember doing a show though. A long time ago, we did like we did Let's Play a little bit, but that was a long time ago, before I was streaming. Oh, an event to show you guys. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we went to PAX. That's right. A show. Yes, in the convention sense. Engage. I got you. Yeah, we did. I've been to a couple since then, too. How did what I just did make the arrow stop moving? What just changed to make that not work? I'm so confused. What did I do wrong? That could be it there. But I mean, it gives the velocity that we want. There is there. Loose position. I don't know why that's there. I'm not... Did we accidentally remove a line of code somewhere? I don't know how we could have done that. There is no velocity setting here though, which is crazy. Okay, I guess I just... Nope. How could it literally have been working seconds ago? And then decided not to work anymore. Yeah, I mean, that looks good to me. Okay, Infinite says, I'm building an editable pixel art component library for indie devs. Instead of one AI-generated sprite, you compose a character from layered parts, base, body, hair, clothing, accessories. Each authored at a fixed sprite size, so pixels stay properly aligned. You can recolor and swap parts freely, and there's an optional AI-assisted step that generates new part variants within the same layered system. Okay. So, I understand. I did make my own art. What's your question? Unless speed is 0. Man, this is so weird. So I'm actually super confused. Hey Rembot, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing well. Maybe because I compiled since I did this, but there's only one loose arrow function. That's sweet. Do I think this would work? I see a lot of tools using just AI, and I believe that people are more interested in creating their own art, or at least in fast prototyping. I think that's very dependent on the kind of game that people want to make. Like for me, what you're describing is not interesting because I don't like that kind of animation. Like what you're describing is what I call like puppet animation or split pin animation. So you're going, hey, I have a body, I have an arm, I have another arm, like Minecraft almost, right? I have like legs, or even Roblox. And you're just replacing the parts with different objects. That's an approach. I mean, you can do that. It's not what I would do for my game because I think these animations become a little bit, they become very wooden, very stiff, especially with pixel art, because you're now rotating the pixels. So this would have been a grid. Now you're going like this, which doesn't look as good, especially if it's done everywhere. So for me, I'm not that interested in it. For some games, I think it would be fine. But, and I think like technically, yeah, it's going to work, but I don't think it's that appealing. It might be okay for prototyping. Hey, Pangolin. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy. Welcome. I don't know why I have loose and trigger. That seems crazy to me. Let's get rid of this. I'm not... Dude, I'm so freaking confused. Why do I need this? If you could marry 3 women, would you do that? No, I'm happy with the one that I have. One wife is enough. This is a... it's a Newfie Air 75. I only have one... There's only one woman in the world for me, and it's my wife. I'd marry her 3 times, but I wouldn't marry 3 of her. God, that would be impossible. Only if there could be 3 of me, right? We need to even up the odds there. I mean, it would be very, very fun for about 45 minutes, a couple times a week. But other than that... All right. So, you don't want to share all the desserts with 3 other people. You don't want to or 2 other people. You don't want to share the couch with 2 other people. Has a viewer ever solved the troubleshoot for you using AI before? I don't know. They wouldn't tell me if they did. Okay, so this is way too many of the same friggin' function calling the same function. I can't believe it. So we're going to figure out what's happening and we're going to fix it. Arrow spawner. What does this do? Spawn arrow. Okay, and spawn arrow calls loose, which is this one. I think we should just have one function called loose, maybe, and one function called trigger. So let's get rid of this one altogether. And then we can do this and we can say, okay, here is the function. We instantiate, position, scale. The thing is, Yeah, actually, that's fine. We don't need the arrow direction. I think we just want, when we target lock, this is for projectile attack. Is there a target position? Direction to target, direction. This value here is called direction. So, when we call target lock, okay, that's fine. So it knows where it's going, which means we can just say direction. And then this is what? Position. Honestly, I think it should be position and velocity. I don't even think we need that. That's it. Keep it simple. Have you ever tested low-free keyboards? I know Newfie are great. I have... I might have tested a low-free before I bought the Newfie. I prefer the Newfie, I think. Why do you edit line by line? Because I prefer it. It's better. Are you self-conscious about the fact that I'm writing code by hand? Okay, velocity is 0. That's probably why. Coming from there. Okay, so we never set the direction, and that probably means that we didn't do target lock. Okay. Would I token max? Probably not. Oh, dude, is it the same problem? That's the problem. Yay, we did it. I don't know why I didn't have to do that before. Cool. Well, at least we got a thing going now. So now when we loose the arrow, multiply it by speed. Speed must be 0. Okay. So let's go fix that. Speed is 4. Okay, that's a lot of things getting set by other things, but why? I'm not convinced. Why is max speed 0? Projectile attack. There's archer fire, which is projectile attack. There is speed set to 4. See ya, infinite. So at what point does this 4 get set to 0? It's 4 now. It's 0. Interesting. But max speed gets set to speed, and speed is already preset. I'm confused. Oh, start doesn't get called yet. Oh, I see. Wait, why is that? We're looking at projectile attack, which is this. This is on. That's archer fire. Does it have its own start? Oh, dude. That would be so annoying. Why am I even doing max speed? What even is that? Let's instead go back to archer fire and go to look at start. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, dude, I see what I did wrong. These were already listened to. Up here, loose arrow target lock. And then these ones are trigger and target lock. So they weren't being called because the two things override each other. So actually we only need loose and we don't need target lock. And then this, we have to do like... Well, we can't really do that. This is a silly thing to do with mono behaviors. Yeah, that's better. I like thought because I declared that function, I was accidentally silently overriding the base version. So it was working before because it was actually being called before, or at least some of it was. But I was then hiding the other calls. Hey, there we go. Cool. Now this, I actually don't know what to do with this. So guard flash is being called with an effect, but I don't know who's listening for guard flash. Hype imminent. So $10.02.407, and his position is almost that, but I think we aren't taking into account his transform scale. Maybe that's relevant. That worked straight away. Well, I have a bad feeling about that, but... Okay, sweet. Okay, nice. I do think that attack is too fast. Why did I go to Thailand? So I went to Thailand in 2023 to follow my wife, who had just, she'd just gotten some uni opportunities there to study on like a paid exchange unit. So I was like, all right, I'll go to Thailand with you. So we just went for a year. slimes. That's really funny. All right. Take me down to the Parallax City. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, my concern here, I mean, it's not really that better. It's not really better at all in Dark Souls. You mean you just have these guys that just sit where they sit and they fire at you. So, I think it's fine as long as it's not too frequent. Yeah, I think we could afford to keep it a bit slower. I also have a feeling that these arrows, I wanted them to be like anywhere along the hit point will hurt you. But actually now, I think it should just be the head of the arrow. I think it should be like literally this. I don't know why I would want the whole length of the arrow to be damaging. Uh-oh. I need to make him invincible. It's becoming too much of a problem. That works for me. I wonder if I can hit that. Probably not. Okay. Yeah, I like it slow. I think in Dark Souls, they're really slow, and I wanted them to be slow because they end up being more of a... It's like a different way of thinking about combat when you have slow arrows. You can sort of react to them a bit more carefully. So if there's like an enemy that's, you know, in front of you that you're fighting, and then there's another enemy firing arrows, you can kind of think about the two engagements as... You know, I'm fighting this guy and I'm also trying to navigate around this guy. It becomes like a bit more you know, of a duel. It's like, okay, how am I going to deal with this? You know, oh, okay, I have to not get hit by that. You know, maybe I stand on that side to get the double parry. It's like little things like that where if it's moving really fast, you can't really engage mentally that way. So it's not really about whether it matches kinetic physics of other things in the game. It's about like, is it interesting to play? You know, I do have like other enemies that do have projectiles and they're slow as well. E.g. See, little pebbles. So we've got more archers that we can put around the game. I think it's just one of those things where I've made the player character quite powerful, and I've given the player a lot of options, but I think I need to take some of those options maybe even away. So yeah, like, should you be able to parry the arrows? It's cool that you can, but should you be able to? Should that be a practical thing that you can do? I like it as a power thing. It's like, it feels powerful to do, it feels good to do, but like, is it a skill? Not a skill. Is it a... Do I want the player to be able to deal with ranged enemies even though you're not standing near them? Like, is the power of a ranged enemy that they're far away from you? Isn't that the point? You know? Something like that. There's something in the, like, having to get to this guy makes the level more interesting than if I can just stand at the bottom here and shoot him first. It forces the game into like a bit more of a puzzle. It is super annoying if you can't deal with him, but I don't know what the answer is for that. Like, maybe parrying stuff back should just stun enemies. You know, if he went like little birdies flying over his head when you parried him, maybe that would then give you like 10 seconds of like reprieve or something like that. Yeah, that's the thing that I think at the moment it makes more sense to do that almost. Yeah, but I think I would want consistent behavior. Maybe we just figure something out. I could probably do a thing where if you parry the arrows, they like flip away. They just go, you know? Something to think about, I guess. I don't have a solution right now. So I actually had swordsmen as well at one point. Looks like he doesn't want to fight us. Maybe we can fix him up. But I'm going to take a break first, and I'll see you guys back in about 5 or 10. All right. We're back. So I got all these abilities. This should be pretty straightforward, actually. Pardon me. We just got to figure out why it's not cooperating. I really don't like the way that its behaviors are arranged. So we'll do the same thing we did with the other guy. We've got lots of different behaviors here. Let's go behaviors like that. Take this. Call this engage. Create a new child, call it passive. We can take idle, put it on passive. We can take walk, put it on passive. This animation state is the get up. So we need actually a stun module here, because we don't have one. Character stun, drag it in there, put that on the this here under the stun, which is somewhere there. So all of this, I mean, it looks like there was already some stun stuff here. I don't care about that. That's better. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So we need sensors. We need self-awareness, target awareness. This probably needed a self-awareness already, right? There it is. So target awareness goes there. Remove that one. Self-awareness goes here. And then let's drag them into human swordsman. That's self, that's target. All of these should have 0, 0. Okay, very good. Respawn is nothing, but scanline death needs to show up here. That looks good to me. We have this patrol state. damn it. Hello. Okay, he's stuck. Try again. What's your issue? Enemy search.do. I never heard of enemy search. Behaviors, passive walk. How much health this guy got? What's the vulnerability on this? Nothing. He's just got like a ton of armor or what? No, he's just got 400 health. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think I can give this guy a really cool combat system, like a cool set of attacks, without too much effort here. I do make my fonts. Yeah, I do. Oops. Yeah, my concern is that the enemies are currently kind of too mobile. And they don't really it's a really tricky topic because you want enemies to be able to take advantage of the environment and you don't want them to look like they're just standing there. But at the same time, I think it doesn't really work to have enemies and the player character fighting on slopes like this. So they need to have some sort of the fight needs to be more grounded where it is, or maybe there's some, I don't know, something we can do here. I just don't really like when a fight is supposed to be on even ground, when it's best tailored to even ground, those same fights taken on a slope are a little awkward, I think. This might just be some constraints with 2D level design, but I don't know. So I was thinking of giving this guy a few different attacks. The cat, Lengson, he has 3 hit sequences. So I guess I just string those together midway through. I could give him, for now, some of Armin's attacks. But I think it would be better if he just had 3 one-offs. Hey, Ronnie. So I can give him Armin's directional attacks and just make it so that he attacks 1 at a time. That actually might make him less easy to parry if they're all random. Could be 1 sequence of 2, or 3 sequences of 2 strikes each. I don't know. We'll see. Let's commit what we've got so far. Alrighty. Okay. This is so straightforward. I really love this. It's great code. Okay. When will I start adding multiplayer? It's not out of the question. Do you have data on how many more copies games usually sell thanks to multiplayer? No idea. I wouldn't have a clue. I think it would depend on the game. All right, new attacks coming in. Oh, geez. Hang on. Oh, that's like impossible. I haven't parried a single attack. Oh, I got that one. I think I need, like, those attacks need to be a lot slower for this enemy. I guess what I could do is just slow down the frame rate on them. For now, just to check. Like, slow them right down. There we go. That's doable. Hello. I'm still not really happy with what's happening there. I think there's like double hits happening, which is no good. Oof. Alright, that looked okay. So I think like this guy probably shouldn't be default guarding. He should just be hittable. Just like a regular sword guy. And I'd be happy to fight a bunch of him. The only thing else that I wanted to change was the back step was way too much. We can pick up the pace a little bit on those attacks. Maybe even also the speed of this could be like that. Oof. Yeah, that didn't feel great. I think his poise is maybe a little too high. could be Armin's poise on his attacks. Mm, 60 is still a lot. Let's make that 40. And then let's make it so that I kind of want him to attack based on which direction we're in. So rather than randomizing, I don't have these, but that's what I would want to do. Yo, Dragslayer. Working on some swordsman behaviors. And I'm using the player character as basically the standard. Ouch. Sneezing. Still feels like a lot. Like, I could basically never have two of these. Be healthy. I'm just sneezing. I'm allowed to do that. Oh, okay. I see. It's like saying bless you. I got you. There was this thing that I was doing with the Marten where I was able to make them see through walls or something like that. And I don't know what I did to do that. Yeah, there's nothing except for these empty layer masks for these obstacles, meaning basically that this character would never consider there to be an obstruction between them and the enemy, meaning they can always attack. So it could be that obstacle is our issue. The thing is, these guys also don't move. So I think there should also be, like, in target awareness, an optional layer mask for visibility. And if I look at the pebble, this thing is a basic projectile. It has an intangible time. Basic projectile. I'm pretty sure the arrows on the archer are also considered basic projectiles. Just projectile. Interesting. I think the archer's arrows also should have a what does basic projectile give us that projectile doesn't? Yeah, I like all this stuff. I don't know how to... I mean, I know how to do what I would do, but I don't know if I should replace the arrow with this right now. Okay. I think I'm not really doing anything productive right now, so I should move on. Okay. What other enemy can I do? We could do something where if I think about this, I think that the pebbles right now stay like if I look at this, right? It's quite annoying. I feel like targeting them should show there. It does. Yeah, I feel like in this scenario, this guy, if he was away and this rock hit this, it should probably stop. It should probably like come away. So I'm basically saying if it has been parried, then don't enable the collider anymore. I was thinking maybe it could be interesting to have guys who can shoot at you, but you can't shoot back. So it's like, if someone shoots, let's just say down here, they can pass through this, but when you parry it back, it hits this. That might feel a bit cheap. Oh. A distance attack for the player? I mean, we're literally looking at arrows. That's a distance attack. Okay, let's come back to, I think I want to move on from the combat stuff for now. Or we can maybe work on the slope stuff. a little bit more, but I feel like I need a stronger direction. So what I was looking to do was to lighten the concerns here on the bottom collider. I'm not sure if this is something that I still care about. Maybe. We could try it. I think I know what I was doing here. It was because if you're running up this, let's just put our character in the world. The idea was right now, if I'm running past this, there's a collider here. I'm turning it off if you are, if the top edge is above you, turn it all off for you. So that would work for all of this. Right now I have like a specific on point, but this would allow us to jump across this way and land on it, and to have much more like control over it, I think. I think that's what I was going for. So maybe we just have a look at that first. So if I click this, you can see here I've already got it set up. The red slopes are the bottom edges of each of these. So I just need to ask on each of these, if you have, I guess should enter, it should ignore, right? And that's not what we want. We don't care about if the player is ground. We'll see about this. We'll work this out. Hey, KHNX. Welcome. Player point is that for each edge in top edges, if helpers dot get point along edge, player point x edge out is let's try to break this down. Mm. Okay. So, is point along edge false? What? This is doing this every single time. Oh, I see. No? Let's try to compile it and see what happens. If we're not above... Oh, I think this is continue. This is going to be return true, return false, and then this is that. That's better. Yeah, above, below, outside, above, below. Great. So, yo, pixels. Pixel fireplace. Check it. Let's be as good as we can. Let's be as good as we can about this. Let's say above or equals to. Just in case. You see that? See how it's not reliable? That's box 2D being crappy. Like, we're above the line. If we're very careful, we can be on it. But as soon as we physically dip below the line, it doesn't work. So you got to start, now you start making compromises. Although I'm not really sure why this is happening. I think this needs to be on this side, actually. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. This should be something different. Okay. Honestly, this can just be empty. Are we allowed to inspect the stream to gather various information about development to use in our which purposes, like when we make a game? I mean, you can study what I'm doing. Hey, Unnatural, this is Unity. Yeah, you're welcome to look at what I'm doing and say, hey, I'm learning something. Why not? All right, pals. I just got to respond to something in a second. One sec. Good. 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 Just like that. Wow. That's worth a commit. Be right back. Taking a quick break. We're back. Alrighty, so what's going on here? What? Excuse me. Platform controller on draw gizmos is above. So, I can't believe we did that. It just works now. Now, we're not doing the down thing yet. You have to physically drop down. So it's biasing up. But it's very good. And am I still using, here's the big question, am I still using the player detector? I don't think so. I think I can actually get rid of this altogether. Because I'm not using that. And I'm not using this. And I'm not using that. So actually, I just made this so simple. Pixel, you know what? I should thank you. You pushed me a little bit, and I think it was worth it. Have I ever considered switching to Mac? Do you know I started making this game on Mac? Insignia started on a MacBook Pro in 2013. Did it start in 2013? No, it must have been 2014. That's crazy that works just like that. With no colliders. No, like, not colliders, no one-way platforms, no detectors. Biggest mistake was using Mac? I don't know. I started it on a MacBook Pro. I still have the MacBook Pro. You want to see it? It's probably sitting around here somewhere. There it is. Thin and light, only 10 kilos. I love this thing. I love this keyboard. I love this screen. This was one of my favorite devices. It's heavy as hell, but yeah. And I actually had Mac builds for this thing for a while. I wonder if I could still use it. I don't think I'd be able to upgrade it. That's my concern. Like, I don't think you could run any recent Mac OS on this because it's 10 years old. It does have an SSD in it. I upgraded it back in the day, but I don't know what it runs. And then look. It's got an SD card reader, it's got a headphone jack, it's got 2 USB ports, it's got a Thunderbolt cable, it's got an Ethernet port, it's got MagSafe, it's got What's that, mini display? It's got a disk drive. Look at that. CD drive, baby. I should just use this as a DVD player. That's premium. This is what computers used to be like. You can't get me, Sony. I got a MacBook from 2013. You can pry my CDs from DVDs nuts. I don't know. I mean, there are Mac builds of Insignia. It's just only in the 2018 and 2019 versions. But, you know, maybe we'll do something. Maybe we'll do something. I just need to be able to run Unity on it. That's all. And I think I could run Unity 2022 point whatever on it. I'm sure I could do Unity builds on it. It just might take forever. Dude, I'm actually ecstatic about these freaking platforms, man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This was so easy. What the hell? Look at this thing. It's just like a random arbitrary shape. I'm like, here you go. There you go. Just a big collider in the middle of a level. You just walk straight past it and then straight across it. What the hell? It's a polygon collider and everything. And it just works. What if you down slash? No problem. And check it out. I don't even have to be careful about the collisions. We should make it filled. Wonder why I did that though. That looks weird. Okay, sure. Look at this. Boom. And you can just run all the way across it. No issues. And drop down. And it knows where you are. It knows where above is at all times. Isn't that crazy? Because of the green. Not because of the green. I could probably debug it and show you exactly where it thinks you are. That's where it's checking. It's checking that exact dot to see if you're above or below that dot. So as soon as you get above the dot, I mean, the dot is there whether or not you're drawing it, but no, you choose drop down. I'm pressing down and jump to drop down. And what's amazing about this I think she can just move. She might not be patrolling. This guy does, I'm pretty sure. Yep, he should patrol. He's not set up correctly. Hang on. Oh, that's a shame. All right, well, any other enemy. What is something that moves along the ground? Like these guys. So like this guy, something's not up. Oh, he's being obstructed. That's what I need to figure them out. Yeah, there's an issue there where this thing is going to be considered a big, you know, obstruction. Hey, Spaghetti Code Factory, thanks for the raid. Welcome. That's a big obstruction for them. This might need a little bit of work before it makes sense for other characters, because right now I'm only looking at the player character and disabling it for them. I'm not looking at other characters. So actually this won't work for anybody else. Just for me. But, I mean, I could have done this. This works. So he can run up that, and then I can drop off it, and he can still run up it. Cool. So now it just comes down to this thing about choosing an edge. Which is much tougher to do this organically. I could say if there is a second edge, dude, I'm so with you. Pixel, I'm with you, buddy. I could say ouch. So not like that, but I could say if there is a platform directly below me, drop down from me. I could do that while holding down. If I'm walking and holding down, just drop automatically as soon as I touch down. But then I suppose there's a distinction here. Like, it's tough because what if I just want to do like a down attack? We've talked about that before already. This kind of works even better. Can I explain what the dot does? Yeah, I can explain it. Yeah, this is what's happening. So, what it's doing is saying, hey, which of these edges, all of the edges on the thing, this is a shape, right? The shape has vertices. The vertices are connected together as edges. And it says, which of these when you look at them, is facing up. Hey, Royo. Welcome. Oh, thank you very much. And facing up means that their normal, the y component of the normal, is north of 0. In fact, north of 30 degrees. So this, if you think about a clock, or I don't know, think about degrees, where this is, 360 and 0. If that was 0, take that away. This is 30 up, 30 below. We're looking for anything north of 30. Anything this way, 30. That's what we're looking for. No, I think it's, sorry, again, I think it's this. One of them. Either from here or from there. I can't remember which one I did, but it's 30 degrees. So as long as the normal is facing 30 degrees north, at least, then that edge is considered walkable. So that's walkable, that's walkable, that's walkable, that's walkable. But obviously that's not, and that's not. So when the player character is in this ballpark, right? So when the player character is anywhere within this range, it goes, hey, is the player character between this dot and this dot? Yes. Is the player character between this dot and this dot? Nope, nope, nope. So it actually stops at this first one. So it just keeps going until it finds you on the x-axis. Is your x position between the min and the max of these two, right? If you're between them, then I can say, okay, take this point here and interpolate between this and this until you hit that point. Hey, Oni, thank you so much for the sub. So like where this intersects with that, we can ask the question, this is the point on the line that the player character is closest to, or not closest to, but north of. Is the player character above? Is this position here on the Y greater or less than this Y? If yes, then you can make this solid. If it's the other way around, then this whole edge becomes not, in fact, the whole collider becomes not walkable for the player character. We just turn the entire collision between the player and the collider off. It doesn't remove the collider, it just stops the player from being able to collide with that collider. It ignores it on the physics. So as you can see, when we're underneath it, it's red. And as soon as we jump above it, it goes green. The problem I have right now is that I'm using a little heuristic here for the drop time. And you can see in the jump variable here, jumping or like dropping. Is one-way ground. Where's the check? There is a check that has a specific number of, it's a time that I'm checking for. It's this 0.3. If I make it 0.2, it might be a bit better, but it actually probably shouldn't be a time thing at all. Right now, it's just like you're considered falling until until the time runs out from when you press down and jump. So actually, you can see actually it goes red and then green. They all go red. So this should ignore. I guess it's not. Well, we can make it like even less time. That might be okay. We would just need to be very careful. It's not a rock solid solution. I think we need to like specifically pick, I don't know, some logic to describe whether we've fallen on this one yet. Like what was the previous ground that we were on, and if it wasn't us, then don't turn us off. Because that will fall straight through. Something worth trying is if you compare the joystick vector to the tangent of the slope, the closest match wins for switching. I don't have my joystick, I make it digital. So I don't treat it as analog. Hey, Cake Hug. The game's going well. Yeah, really well. Yeah, I don't have like, you can't like move the joystick forward a little bit. It's just on or off. And you can't, it doesn't really track. I mean, I can track angles, but I don't currently. I just treat the game like it's a Nintendo controller. Like an NES controller, basically. I can still check if you're pressing diagonal down, and in that case, this would win over this. But the point is that the tiles and the stick are only in increments of like 45 degrees anyway. Although some of these tiles, I mean, obviously with this solution, you could go more subtle, but are the dots using a raycast? Many raycasts. There's raycasts everywhere. Yeah, all of those checks I was talking about. Actually, no, they don't use raycasts. What am I talking about? No, there's no raycasts. No, because this is just checking positional stuff. It's not checking if you're colliding with anything. It's just checking to see if it's above or below. Yeah, no, none. There are raycasts for the player character, but not for the checks on the colliders. That's a problem. Yeah, none on the checks. That's right. Okay. So what's our next little mission here? I feel like I can... Well, the next mission would be, how do I make it so that enemies can also engage with this? How do I draw characters? Shadows. The shadows is such an ugly solution. First of all, this actually, if you have a Unity game, you can download this solution. It's, one sec, up on Hill itch.io. It's this. You can buy this exactly as it is for $1. That's the first thing. Second thing is, it's really ugly. It's for player characters, maybe a couple enemies on screen. Don't use it for more than that because every single pixel is a raycast. Every single pixel in this shadow is a separate object that's determining, okay, what's the depth here? 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 It works really, really, really well. Right? It works amazing. But you have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, look at that. No other shadow in any pixel game is going to look like that. Well, for this reason, you can't take the leftmost and the rightmost and combine them because if you average this and this, you get a slope that cuts across here. You wouldn't want that. You would want exactly what this is. And I can't check. You can't guess where the platform edges are going to be. Seriously, dude, these shadows cost so much. But not enough to slow the game down. Just a lot. All right. Yeah, it's very complex. And like the wider you make the shadow, the more expensive it is. Well, if you're doing 3D games, if you were using a shader, you could like decal shadows. It's not impossible to do it. You could have like you could even do like a, there are other ways to do it too. You could have like a shadow map in the game. I just did it this way because sue me. Because I knew it would work and I knew it wouldn't be that expensive, so I did it. So what I want to do here is make it so that an enemy here can be placed on one of these edges and all of the other edges don't react. Like it's almost like it can't see them. The challenge is that when we do raycasts pretty much anywhere in the game, no, I'm actually using my raycast physics.2D E for extension. So what I'm doing is I'm actually checking to see if you are banned from any of these colliders first. I'm checking to see if ignore collision includes or doesn't include the platform. So technically, what I could do is when I set up one of these characters, one of these enemies, I could ignore every other collider in the room. Or every collider that is above them could be ignored. Hey, Douglas, thanks for the sub. So maybe we could do it like this. For enemies, they essentially wouldn't be able to go down unless there was some kind of logic. Let's think about it. Why don't we think about it, huh? Maybe we can give enemies pathing here. Kind of, anyway. So, okay. You're an enemy. You're walking up this way, and then there's one of these. I can turn this off for any enemy, like, as long as you're above it. The challenge is really that we have to do these checks like every frame for every enemy against every platform. It's an n squared problem. So it's not great. Not n squared. Well, it's an n rectangled problem. Amount of enemies multiplied by the amount of platforms. That's how many checks you got to do. So it's not cheap because we have to do the, hey Nitoro, we have to do the, well, it is cheap because we're still only doing what's the word? We're still only doing checks like this thing here. How expensive is this? What do we do? Get point along edge. Well, first of all, we have get top edges from polygon. As long as the polygon's not moving, this can be done once in the polygon's life cycle. So actually, even this isn't that expensive. Even if we were doing it every frame, this is no problem. We're just iterating over the things. But anyway, so the first thing is get top edges from polygon, which we can do on platform call controller. Get top edges. It's happening on start. So actually, we're totally fine. Or we could just do if, like, anytime we change anything about the polygon, we could check it. But I don't even think we need to do this. Oops, that didn't look good. How'd that happen? Ouch. Okay, well that works. I'm not sure why this didn't work so well. Okay, so that's fine. We don't need to recalculate that. So the only question now that we're checking is if we should ignore, which comes from it's actually this should come first. It's a lot cheaper to do this first. Because if we're already dropping them, we shouldn't check. But also, for each check, for each edge in top edges, which we've already calculated that once. So this is actually very cheap. How do you calculate the expensiveness? You calculate expensiveness with what's called big O notation. Big O notation tells you effectively the magnitude of the cost of an algorithm. So let's just say I have like a list of things. If in order to solve this problem, I have to like, let's say search, right? I got to find the number that's, that is above, 3 or whatever. Find the number 3. If there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they're all shuffled, right? If I was to shuffle these, the odds of getting this at any point in time would be something like n on 2. Or sorry, yeah, n divided by 2. Because it's either going to be somewhere in the first half or somewhere in the back half. That's usually how many checks you have to do on average. So you say big O of n on 2. I'm pretty sure that's right. I'm guessing. So you say, yeah, this is about, you have to check on average half of these to find 3. Well, that's not right, is it? It might be n. No, on average, you can't check all of them. I think it might be n on 2. Surely it's not all of them. You usually have to check about at least half, or not at least, right? On average, it'd be half. Because if it's here, it costs you 1. You just take all the probabilities and average them. Is it log n? Oh, this is funny now. Hang on. Let's ask the question. What are the odds? I think we just got to go to a new file, actually. What are the odds of finding a number? Yeah, you're right, Bubba. Okay. All right. Let's simplify. Don't worry about it. I still am interested in the probability, but let's call it n. Okay, let's just say on n. Okay, because we're trying to find one thing, and as you add numbers, it's still just the amount of numbers. Okay. So that's big O of n. However, if the answer was something like find what's an n squared question? It's like find which numbers sum to be, which numbers when multiplied have digits that end in 0. Okay. At that point, now I can do that with, if I have a set that's like 1, 33, 2, how do I calculate which of these, which pairs multiply to be, to have whole number integers with a 0 at the end? Well, I'd have to first check this one and this one. Then I'd have to check this one and this one. Then I'd have to check this one and this one. So you have to check everything against everything else. So it ends up being n squared. Okay, n to the n minus 1, but same difference. Let's just call it n squared for the sake of it. Just for argument's sake. And essentially this maps to the question of scalability. It's like, is this a n looks like this, right? As you add numbers, it costs the same amount of time plus, it costs the same amount multiplied by how many things you have. N squared might do something like this. Log n might do, you have different curves basically. So the way that I think about if something is expensive is how much checking has to be done for the thing to even to operate. And does the checking go up the more things I add? Does it scale drastically? So anything with raycasts is not great because, well, I guess raycasts in and of themselves, collisions would be one. Collisions isn't great because if you have like a box and you have another box and you have a third box and you have a fourth box and a fifth box and a sixth box, these are all boxes. These shapes, in order to determine if they've collided with each other, you have to check all of them against all of them. How do I know whether this one has bounced off of this one in this last frame? Like, there would be some kind of, you literally have to check everything against everything else to know, to resolve the physics system. Because what could happen? I mean, we could have bounced off this, or this, or this, or this, or this. The only way to solve this is to check all of them, or divide the space up, right? You could say, okay, let's use a quad tree. So like, because these guys are here, they form a little list where they can't collide with these because they're too far apart to be worth checking. So yes, you can optimize, but the problem itself without optimization requires you to check everything against everything else. So for every thing there is, for every n, you have to check n times. Right? Or n whatever, n times n minus 1. Right? Because you're not checking against yourself, but you understand. So I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying, okay, does my system scale well? I'm saying, okay, if I have n enemies, How many edges do I have to check per enemy? That's the check. That's what I'm thinking about when I'm calculating how expensive this is. For every enemy, and this is every frame. Because I need to know if the enemy is within the bounds of the edge first, and then if they're above the edge. And the only way I can do that is if I check all the edges. Or at least, I can't guarantee it'll be any less than that. So that's when I think, is this expensive? I'm thinking about, okay, how much is this going to cost me? How expensive is that to do even one of these operations? If this operation with computers, you can almost guarantee if the thing that you're talking about is less than 100 times per frame at the base, at the root level, if we're talking about 100 of a thing, it's not a big deal. Like to check this, what I was talking about here, it's actually like one distance check. Distance checking to see if a number is between two numbers, very cheap. It's like a couple clock cycles. If a number is bigger than one number and smaller than another, no big deal. That's like a O of 1 problem. So this ends up being like, N, let's call this N for Ed, or E, times an O of 1 problem. That's no problem at all. That's easy, easy, easy. You could do that a million times and it wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe a million would be a big deal, but not 100, not 1,000, not even 10,000 checks between if a number is bigger than two, bigger than one number and smaller than another. So if everything you're doing within the check is like one of those kinds of problems, you could do hundreds of those and it wouldn't be an issue. You could do hundreds of, is this enemy above an edge? No big deal. It's only if this check was like more expensive than that. If this check was like, this enemy, I need to check which of these has the shortest distance, and to do that, I don't need to do raycasts, but if I had to do some sort of raycast check, like there was like particles or something between all of these, and I needed to resolve, like, is there anything obstructing me between this and that? Obstruction checks can be very expensive because if there's who knows how many colliders could be between here and here, and I'm checking to see if there's not any colliders that are between the two, that's expensive because this just goes up to infinity as many times as I want. So because this isn't an O of n or an O of 1 problem, this is like an O of n squared kind of problem. Doing that for every enemy, that starts getting a bit more expensive. Now you start going, hang on, we're multiplying things that multiply. So you start worrying about it. You still have to profile it. Don't just like guess. But I know that this is cheap. And I know that I don't have infinity enemies. I have like max 10. So if any one task per frame costs me like 100 clock cycles, I don't care. That's no big deal. If we're talking about n problems, no worries. If you're talking about n squared problems, if we're talking about n to the power of 3 problems, okay, careful. And you can check that with things like nested for loops. If you're saying like 4, 4, 4, now it's like, okay, I gotta do this n to the power of 3 times. Because for every one, I'm doing every one, and for every one of those, I'm doing every one of those. So it's like, 10 becomes 100 becomes 1,000. If this was 10, 10, and 10, that becomes, 1,000 very quickly. Even for a set of size 10. So it's just that intuition. That's how I think about it. But the point is that, like, for this kind of game where there is a known amount of anything, you almost certainly don't have to worry about this ever. It's really just like, as long as the kinds of problem that you're working with they don't have a scope that can scale, you just go, that's fine. I'm not having 50 enemies on one level. So even if the thing isn't great, if it scales to 10, I'm fine. 10 enemies in one level is like the max. So anyway. So what that means is I can feel safe, I can feel comfortable taking this enemy and checking against every one of these special platforms in the level, are you above or below? I can do that. That's not a big deal. And so the way we solve that, where we can just feel comfortable saying, okay, for every platform controller, I could just grab a list of characters. They're not even getting spawned at the start of the game. There's not even a chance that there can be more enemies at some point or fewer. I can check on start. In fact, do I have... I don't. Maybe we could do like an all characters thing. Maybe we could do that. I think that's fine. Let's do it. And even this is like kind of overdoing it. Like I don't even need to do what I'm doing right now, but just for good practice. Oh, we've got our lives. That's actually pretty good. Oh, and I think they're actually adding themselves to this. So that's actually kind of cute too. Our lives are lives which have characters which it gets component on. So I could iterate through the alives if I wanted and check to see if they had characters. That would be the easiest thing to do. Let's do that. Are we removing from the alives? We do remove from them. That's fine. I'll still do it. I'll still use it. So instead of checking the player, every time I say player, instead, well, not every time. Maybe we do a separate thing for enemies. So let's check that. Or like for non-NPCs. So public list, no. Okay. So now, like this is above, we need to pass in a character. Okay. That's kind of ugly, but it works. I didn't check you. For each... Okay, so we could say physics.ignore collision, and then between get nav collider and platform collider should ignore C. So now we can do this for every enemy in the alive category, every frame, for every platform. It is n squared, but it's not a big deal, I don't think. I don't even need this. Or this. Cool. That's right. If you know how big n is, n squared's not scary. So the check now is, can I put you down here and have you chase me up the run without running your head up against it? Let's see. Okay, not quite. What if I put you here? Nope. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, I'm placing at runtime. I'm snapping him to the ground first. That's a little trick I use. Maybe I can just try here first. Oh, sweet. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, great. That works. How good's that? Yeah, he just casually walked up and now he's walking on that. Easy. So the only problem now is that our target awareness uses raycasts, and it uses raycast hit 2Ds. But if we make it 2DE and then pass us, collider 2D. I think it's character dot self awareness dot get nav collider. That's it. That can't be right. One? Ah, but we do a few different checks. Okay, that'll work now. Now he can see me. As long as he's below the thing. Watch this. So he can't see me here, but he should be able to see me. Damn it, he moved over. Hang on. See? Now we're both ignoring the wall behind us. Pretty good. That is what I'm talking about. So now, theoretically, he could chase me up this. The problem is I don't think his character controller is capable of running up a slope that steep. But we'll try something a bit easier for him. No, I don't know what that is. What is that? It should be fine. It should not be an issue. Yep, okay. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, so you can kite them. The money is not great. The money doesn't know what's happening because the money is not ignoring the collisions. And that makes it a little more complicated because we have to also disable the money. Triple Pie, thanks for the sub. All the drops in the game. Any drops. We could... I wonder if we can get all of the band colliders on a thing and then just inherit them to the money as it spawns in. Just say none of the money that came off this enemy, or all of the money coming off this enemy should have the same colliders band to it as the enemy did. That would be an easy way to do that. We're getting a little deep here. I don't think we should. This is getting a little complex. Because now, like, I mean, we're talking about debris. Anything with physics now has this problem. Like this guy. See, after a little bit, the projectiles kind of fall away. They fall away because they're technically hitting this wall they're ignoring collisions until about a second, and then they just turn collisions on, and their collisions are, you know, having problems. So, I mean, like, I can fix it when I guess trigger is the thing that creates it. How many other things do I have? I think I just have responder fade finished. But then how come basic projectile doesn't have, when does this get called? Okay, sure. So trigger, we have this projectile attack source. So we should be able to say something like this. For each, oh damn, this is going to be hard. Oh, no. We can't say for each because we don't actually know what we are and are not ignoring. Maybe we do like a one-time ignore. I want to know what the extents of this function are. There's ignore collision, get ignore collision between two colliders, ignore layer collision, is there a way to clear ignored collisions? I don't think I spelled collisions right. Oh yes, I did. Double L. So there's no way to remember which things were ignoring collisions with which other things unless I record the reference pairs. Okay. Well, the beauty of this system is, again, it's pretty cheap. So I could just say, I could have a manager, and the manager could just track all of the platform colliders and could call an event on each of them. They could subscribe to the event, and the event says, hey, I've got a new thing. Which things should collide with it? And then just call that once based on its current position. That would be fine. So I think I know what I'm doing here, which means now I create a new singleton that's statically accessible. See ya. This is Unity. Okay. Hey, Cake Hug, thanks for the sub. Platform physics. manager. Okay, so that's how you do a singleton. And then yep. And then instance dot invoke and that's it. Public unity event dot just unity event actually. Cool. So then the platform controllers that happens on awake, and then on start we say platform physics manager dot register object dot register dot instance dot register dot add listener register object. Hey, how's it going? So this character, I guess there's like a basic version of this that's just a position. No, you know what? I think we just use a collider. Yep. Just like that. Do I have to know coding to make a game? A little, yeah, I think so. Or at least some sort of coding method, whether it's with text or with a visual coding system like Blueprints for Unreal Engine or Bolt for Unity. So now when I create a projectile, I say physics platform physics manager.register object collider, like that. That's what I do. So at the moment that gets fired, it will immediately ignore the things that are colliding with it if they're above it. See? It didn't hit any of the walls. What's going on? So, again, I can spawn the coin. And then there's an object on this. Body.velocity, spawn time. I'm assuming there's a collider on this coin. This has a box collider 2D that is the coin. So I should be able to pass it in directly, but I could just get component as well. Just like that. It looked good. It looked really good. Oh, they did bounce. Some of them did. Or was that just because they got collected by me? That's so annoying. What about the transformed opposition? I could also do it on start. No. Maybe on enable. Can't get them to stop. Now they won't start again. Okay. What's the storyline? It is a story about an apprentice blacksmith who has to follow in his father's footsteps reluctantly after his father disappears. And there's a whole bunch of very dramatic stuff that happens as well. It's a fantasy epic. It involves war and magic. So these box colliders are the collider. If I turn them back on, they get caught. So what is it about this? Where this isn't working. Have I got multiple colliders? I don't think so. This sucks. I was so close. Does Insignia have speedrunning potential? There's no such thing. People just either speedrun a game or they don't. If they want to, they will. Ignore if it's not above me. Checking if coin is above close sprite at point -1000, -1000. See, that can't be right. That ain't right. It must not be instantiated yet, the collider. Like, what is -1000? I don't think I'm writing -1000. Whoa, hang on. What is this? Coin pool. I see. It's really hard. Yeah, it's tough because I would really prefer to register to this thing. like on enable because it's like anytime you spawn one. I can do something different. It's just, it would be this. Maybe that'll work. No, I don't think that worked. No. So we got to figure it out. I don't know when to do it, but sometime after it gets created and before it, I don't know, sometime. Adds platform collisions to projectiles. Okay. Hey, Shinobi. All right, that's the stream. I gotta go. Yo, wishlist Insignia on Steam if you are a real one. Really appreciate your support. No raid today. I'll catch you on Thursday. Thank you so much for checking out the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. A quick reminder for anybody who is interested, I'm actually currently running a little consultancy. I'm trying to keep the clientele small, so I'm already kind of filling up this week. If you are interested in getting advice on your game, you may catch me at this link and sign up. It's not free, obviously. I'm deliberately trying not to have too many clients. I already have like 4 this week. So I just want you to know that the service exists for you who watch the stream. I was going to make this available. Like I was going to announce this on my YouTube story or Instagram, all that stuff. I don't even want to do that because I would be too busy. So you can check it out at your own time. If you have a project that's far enough along that you want my eyes on it and you think it's worth the time, then I think it might be, because everyone that I've spoken to so far who I've had sessions with has found it very valuable. And I've been very, very grateful to be introduced to those projects and to have felt like I was able to contribute. So there you go. All right, that's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.